And here we are at the 2025 National Farm Machine Show in Louisville, Kentucky. Making our way in the front door for the first time on Wednesday. Just to give you a little scale of the size of this place. Here we've got our event map. So here we have a map of the entire Expo Center and the various parking lots around it. We are, of course, here, and we're about ready to go into the north lobby and probably check out the north wing today, and then probably we'll cover the south wing maybe tomorrow and the day after, and then head up over here at the north wing. And then, of course, this year, don't think we'll get to show too much of it, but this year we're also going to be having a fun time at the tractor pull Friday and Saturday night. So let's make our way on over here by a couple Deutz-Fahr tractors just outside the north lobby, and catch you all inside the building. Recently, I switched over from a closed ear headphone to an open ear earbud. But these are not any old earbud that fit in your ear, but these fit on the ear. If you're like me, you don't like things in your ear. They get uncomfortable fast and rarely fit well. They're either big and fit too tight, or they're small and fit too loose. The Light Me Cozy Fit open earbuds have been great to wear not only for everyday music, or if you're like me, audiobooks when you're out and about. But what about playing games, recording, or even streaming? I've been enjoying wearing these so much, I've packed away my old headphones. They are very lightweight, at just under 1/4 of an ounce, or 6.5 grams for those international folks, even with their light weight. Their over-the-ear design means that they are very secure and well balanced. The Cozy Fit open ear earbuds offer several hours of runtime on a single charge, and the charging case has enough battery to recharge the earbuds over 3 times before the case itself needs to be charged using a nice standard USB-C cable. When you're done wearing the earbuds, they snap magnetically into their charging cradles. What about the microphone for calls or voice chat? Well, it's not going to win any audio awards, that's for sure. And I'm definitely not going to be replacing my Elgato Wave 3 mic on my recording streaming setup, but it'll do in a pinch. They also fit well on smaller ears, like those of my 11-year-old, and my oldest, well, she wants me to make sure I tell you that they won't interfere with earrings either. Whether home or traveling, the Light Me Cozy Fit earbuds are my go-to for PC and phone audio when I don't want the whole world to hear. If you're looking for something to replace your bulky and hot headphones, and your PC supports Bluetooth, or you'd like to have something that's actually comfortable to wear when you're out and about, that also does not impede your ability to hear what's going on around you, then I think you'll be happy with these earbuds. Save 10% off the list price of $39.99 using my link in the description below, and at checkout be sure to put in the discount code of FarmerKlein. Ah, the sausage wrapper.
Oh, the sausage wrapper.
Everyone loves the sausage wrapper. A little bit bigger than maybe you're expecting. Not that they'd let you, but you could stand in that hoop.
Yeah. You can make a little frame in there and turn it into a ride and make it spin around.
A gyro.
Yeah. Just saying, this is what is so cool is seeing this stuff in person.
Yeah. So your cutters, your mowers,
Yeah.
right? That's your blade.
Yeah.
That's it. And it's on a pivot.
Yeah.
So it just uses centrifugal force,
To
right?
keep the blades out. So the blade
But
out.
if it hits a rock, it just
Yes, where it knocks it out of the way.
right.
So it doesn't break it. the blades up as it gets to the back and then spins it down.
Exactly.
Okay.
There's like a cam track in there that these
Yeah.
guys are following the
Yeah.
track around.
And then, yeah, it turns it up and on.
All your trade secrets.
What's that?
All your trade secrets are out.
You wouldn't be displaying them if they were trained.
My first farm show.
What's that?
It's my first farm show, so come all the way from Australia for it.
Oh, good for you.
So the Gladiator 1210. And then the seed hopper that would be attached to that. And here we have kind of a breakdown of this system. Got a big, huge cutting disc here at the start. There's some other discs to kind of spread the dirt out a little bit. Got a big blade there to further dig into the soil. And then right behind that, of course, we have some tubes, seed and fertilizer, that are basically just configured, if I get a shot of it, to simply drop your seed behind that knife blade. And then we've got discs here to cover that back up. And then these chains and discs are going to further cover the soil for your seed operation. And we have a little video of how this all is working. So we have the Interceptor 8055. Now the one on show here is reportedly 25 feet, but you can get it in 19 to 39 and a half feet working widths. And of course we know now that the Nexat is coming to Farming Simulator 25, and if I am remembering my info video on that, that one is got a working width of 40 feet, if I'm remembering right. So while this is just 25 feet, just 25 feet, it can be larger, almost the full working width of the Nexat. So some of the great things about coming to the farm show is being able to get up close and personal with this stuff, and you can really get a sense of overall scale that you don't necessarily realize until you have a chance to see it in real life and realize that large adults can easily walk underneath or into balers like this, what we would think in game is relatively small round baler. We can see it's not at all in any stretch by the imagination small, but I think from what we'll see later on in the show, this is definitely smaller than other balers that we'll have an opportunity to see. And all of the nice complex gearing, chain drive, belt drives are also on show. This particular model is the VB 3200. Inside you get a nice shot of those knives
Oh yeah.
to cut up the product as it goes in. Now I don't remember the model that's in
I
game,
can't remember the one.
but this is basically like the
Yeah.
small round baler.
Yeah.
I kind of geek out with these belts and chains and
Oh yeah, I know.
the whole mechanical aspects,
Yeah.
like the engineering that goes into this stuff.
Yep.
Kioti brought out a Kioti made up of various machinery bits and bobs and doohickeys, side panels. This is going to be probably quite a discussion topic here at the show. Quite a great marketing scheme to have this thing set up here. I don't even know how far back I gotta go before I get this thing all in shot.
Look how small the tire is.
So, I was saying that Kioti's kind of known for its smaller hobby farm.
Oh yeah.
That's how I've heard it described. Yeah.
It's comically small.
So, for example, this little unit is 24.5 horsepower. Has a bucket. Little scrawny tires, right? But you know, you don't need much. Now they do have some bigger stuff. I think their largest tractors are back here. $30,000 for this one. A little bit bigger. Nice skid steer. And then their largest, or at least the largest model here at the show. $130 horsepower or 140. And it's bigger engine. Kioti just doesn't have small tractors and skid steers.
They also have some pretty stylish side-by-sides. This one's a 2-seater. And then the next one we're going to take a look at is a 4-seater. And then there was a comment the other day about mowers in the game and zero-turn mowers and things. So Kioti, if they did come to the game, which I really hope they could, they also have zero-turn mowers. Does this one have air conditioning? Are you serious? I'll have to ask a rep, and I'll put something up on the screen if that was legit AC.
Here we have a John Deere 616R sprayer. This is here for Simon's Innovations, a company that specializes in agricultural spraying. Then right next door we have Kinsey, new to the game for Farming Simulator 22, returning in Farming Simulator 25. Kinsey 5900 planter. Again, the engineering, the mechanics, the complexity of some of this stuff, it's just mind-boggling.
Spillage in the field. This feature happens the edge
And this is all hydraulic powered.
So,
Chrome might not get you home, but she sure does look good.
I normally take
And I don't know how long this will look good actually in the field. But you're going to want to use something like this to store all the grain and what you're going to ultimately be harvesting with this Claas harvester.
No, because I didn't. When they loved Joe, and this was a good deal for Joe because this was a machine he could put his arms around and take it from start and finish it, man. He did a good job. He stayed.
And see, it's lifted its skirts, showing off all its naughty bits. We talked about the complex engineering of the balers, or that planer. How about this?
Basically, just like Pioneer stuff. I mean, very similar yielding, small kernels. The one variety I like yielded kept up with the wild.
91.5% of the total cut.
Lexion 8600.
Windrow width can be 15.93 more RFQ.
506 horsepower, 510 bushel grain tank, 5.1 bushels a second to unload,
in 1 year.
25 mile an hour road speed.
Save time and money on maintenance.
Built in the USA.
Longer oil change intervals. And 250 hours.
We've confirmed via accurate measurements that the tires on the Claas Lexion are 6.4 to 6.5 via very, very specific scientific methods. But what about the Xerion? Because, I mean, who doesn't like that front end?
Unless that.
Although the new front ends on the quad tracks, they're pretty hot too. Well, the tracks are not quite 6.5. They're probably more like 6, 5.10. Xerion 12.650.
Collection system. It's got
This one does have PTO on it
and air hookups.
and drawbar. Yeah, air. Power. Then we have Mahindra with a very large booth. Mahindra has quite a wide variety of machinery here, from smaller tractors like this one here to implements like this box scraper. course, larger tractors, like this one over here. Third time seeing this, and really hoping one day we'll get these in game because they really look cool. The Mahindra Roxor Turbo Diesel. A little bit of a grown-up side by side. This one's in a manual configuration, 4-wheel drive. So you know, we're really patriotic in America, and a red, white, and blue mower is not out of the ordinary.
$2,002 off for buying it here at the show.
Well, I mean, you know, if you can just hook it up and drive it away.
I don't know. If you had one of those trucks out there, you probably could.
It's not bad for a brush mower. Butterfly brush mower. Ironcraft. Specialize in mowers and other sort of implements and attachments.
Actually, here, Connor, in the gray shirt,
A little
there on the edge.
tedder.
Yeah.
3-point box scrapers. Rotary till. Various front end forks. Or then we have the patriotic mower's bigger brother over here. Sometimes also called a flail mower.
What was the construction on the wheels?
They're
Like sections glued together.
like recycled tire parts.
Yeah, it's like you see like where all the little sections are glued together.
Yeah. They're like tires that have been chopped up, glued together, and
Yeah.
made into a wheel. This one's on sale even more. No, wait, because if you have to ask, then you can't carry it. But the farm show isn't all about just big brands and big machinery. Farm show is also about smaller brands and vendors. So we've got quite the assortment of those as well here at the show. APV, we have a little bit of APV in game. In past years, they've been over on a different haul. Glad to see them step up and come into the big haul. I'm sure the smaller hauls, which we'll see later on in the week, are cheaper overall for them to have space. So this is going to be a seed hopper.
See it run?
That is quite large.
Got the metering system on.
So assume then you can have it metered at different rates and all that.
Yeah, so this is just set up for a demonstration on that scatter pan there. This is only running about 50% fan speed right now. Or else
So if you then start driving faster,
it automatically increases that.
How you doing?
Hey,
Got any questions or anything?
no, we're just covering the show.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's a big country, not everybody can come.
I hear you. I hear
So
you.
this is my 3rd year. I try to film as much as I can, and then I put out daily videos of this is what I saw today.
Yeah, cool.
Y'all need to develop some tools.
yeah,
You do that?
you need to speak to Giants.
Giant.
This is set up to really demonstrate the flexibility of the header with the belt, pulls everything to the middle, and how it will flex and conform to the ground.
Oh yeah. Oh, we were excited. We've got a little farming simulator set up over here.
Oh, you do you?
Yeah. This one.
And then we have a corn header or row crop header, foldable. Oh, this reel to help intake the stalks. It's a pretty interesting innovation. And if I am correct, I do believe Farming Simulator is here. Giants might not be here officially, but this seems that Farming Simulator 25 is here at the show. A little bit of a demo. So product kits and upgrades. Corn head upgrades. And then we have the integrated flow crop sweeper.
Have you made it around the car? We've only just started.
That's where all the
They've got Ubisoft, Case, Deere,
Pretty interesting innovation. So what is this?
that hydro weeder. It's a mechanical weeder between the rows.
Of carrots and other things. So lucky operator gets to sit here and dangle their feet and move this around. Bergalt is here, although they've got a really small booth. They've had small booths in the past. It's a little bit of maybe a disappointment because people like to see the big machinery, but we have just some demos of some of their discs and other things.
Hey guys.
King Cutter Incorporated, brand I haven't even really heard of. They appear to do lots of implements, attachments. They also have a sticker on here that says Taylor Way. So we got some box scrapers. They're both branded King Cutter and Taylor Way. Some scrapers. Mowers.
We don't have one this year. So, or high fructose corn syrup, so it's completely different taste. Mrs. absolutely loves Cadbury's, Australian Cadbury's over American Cadbury's. One must be from the potentially from the IBCs, and that one's taken the mixed product and the water from the tanks to put to the sprayer.
So beet juice as a ballast for your tractor tires, because the normal ballast filler is corrosive. Corrosive. But apparently with beet juice, you get the advantageous of having filled tires, so you have the rear weights, and it's non-corrosive. Hot seat pressure washers. Floor cleaners as well. Pretty neat. Here we have a sweeper cleaner.
What they do is when you let go of the gun, everything shuts off. A lot of times people forget to cool the coils down. If you don't cool them down, you get what we call coil cholesterol.
So I noticed, do they wrap the straw bales sometimes just to protect them?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, unlike in game,
Yeah.
right? Farmer can wrap whatever the heck he wants.
Yeah. Is that the reason why they would wrap them sometimes, just to protect them from the elements?
Yeah, it definitely wouldn't be for like fermenting or anything like that, because there's no moisture, there's no sugar, there's nothing in there to ferment. But if you leave a bale out in the weather, it's going to have some amount of product loss. But if you protect it in some way, like wrap it, put it in a tube, then then you're going to be better.
BKT tyres. You've got BKT tyres on this one.
Well, BKT, one year they had little tire keychains.
Oh yeah. Bernstein on this one. That's also pretty cool, seeing the actual different things that we have in game as well.
Different tire brands.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's pretty impressive though, like how high these things get lifted up to unload the bales.
Well, I mean, if you figure a bale's 6 foot,
Yeah.
some bales are 6 feet in diameter.
BKT. I wonder if that's one of this one's a silage one.
It might be grease, oil. So this one will do 2 foot to 6.3 bales. A little 2 foot bale or a 6.3 foot bale. Yeah, your height. Here we have a trailed wrapper. Picks the bale up there, dumps it here, wraps it, kicks it out the back, then it's a bale flipper.
Okay, so that's stationary and then
No. You would drive up to the bale and flip it in, and then wrap it and then unload it.
This wrapper's on a stationary arm.
That's to hold extra. There it is working.
Sorry?
Here it is working. See, the fronts are just to hold extra.
Yeah, stationary arm, yeah. So I was trying to work out how it actually wrapped.
And then that's your bale turner.
Yeah. Okay. So the platform turns, yep.
You know, your butterfly mower. This one side of it. Here's the other side. At first I'm like, oh, it's a side mower. No, it's this side. That's the front, yeah. .378 inches. 378 divided by 12. I don't know. A lot. A lot of math.
Brain doesn't have to
Too much math.
comprehend. Doesn't have
See if it was meters, you just move the decimal over.
to, yeah.
And that it happens to, and so like we talked about, he will reach a line up or somebody. That's part of the growing things. None of us.
I think I'm gonna try to get one.
Yeah, you need one. They said they have like a semi-load of them,
I mean, when it rains.
right? They said they have like, they got a semi-load of them.
A semi-load of hats.
Yeah.
So they got plenty.
Huh?
They got plenty.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we manage a lot of things by GDUs. Typically, we're most of our equipment
Watching the video, the footage they showed looked like it was an English countryside.
Yeah, well, it says English rake.
Someone found the horn.
They use with primarily
Malone mowers, tedders. I just saw Mikhail equipment. It was we had a nice conversation with a sales guy there. Apparently Mikhail started making slurry pumps. And they've been selling secondhand farm machinery. Saw an opening for slurry pumps, made a slurry pump, and then moved into wrappers, bale wrappers, moved into balers, and then, well, I guess the rest is history. You saw the various alignment, our product line in the video. And I think their latest foray into tedders. McFarlane. You were looking at the Cobra. And we have a quad trill.
Yeah, it's pretty long. Got a lot of things going on. Yeah.
folding harrow. McFarlane again. It's just a general show here of the different tines for McFarlane and other brands. Then we have the Insight here. I have to say, probably my favorite front end tractor brand, Deutz. Here we have the 6190 Deutz. I think this might be the second largest one here at the show, at least at the booth. The largest one right next door. The 8280. It's 287 horsepower. 32 mile an hour top speed. Then we have an assortment of smaller Deutz-Fahr tractors. The 5080. $80 horsepower tractor. And we have a 4000 series open cab. Small 515.
No need to do 20 miles an hour.
I hate that driving around.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Ready to get Brent Tyler. There he is.
I forgot about the heavy. That's still on, ain't you? Well, you haven't had it when you got a stick.
Is it open? JCB. And of course, their wide assortment of machinery from telehandlers that just extend all the way to the roof. I gotta get a little further away so we can actually see the boom. But it might not even be a full extension, quite frankly. Or how about a fast look at a fast track? The 8330 Icon fast track. .355 horsepower, 43 mile per hour top speed, 31,000 pounds. Articulating forklift, front loader.
Mechanical operation, and we do our own paints.
Here are the TM320. About a big wheel loader. JCB 427. JCB skid steer.
No.
Here we have a tracked like loader. It's almost like a skid steer hybrid thing going on here. Right, we got a bucket on the back. And we have then an excavator arm on the rear. Really an interesting design. Wildcat remote controlled hillside mowers. Good sort of. That's fine. No, that's good.
For this one, do 650.
Titan tires with quite the assortment of tires and sizes. If I could get this gimbal to cooperate. Hustler and their Jaws for Life grappler. Grapple some bales. You don't want to be stuck in these claws. We also have sprayers. And disc, not disc harrows, but just drag harrows. The unroller to unwind your round bales as you feed. Mandatory equipment for John Deere owners is the Thunder Creek equipment service trailer, right? So we got some drawers for your tools. We've got a fuel pump. We have DEF, right? We got our fire extinguisher, of course. We're dealing with fuel. There's your diesel, and then your liquids. And then around back, we have an air compressor, power generator, more toolbox room, mandatory equipment for John Deere owners. Or you get it in black, or really any color.
We need cooling. When I left home it was 100. When I got to Chicago it was 0. We would have shocked the system.
My cousin lives in Michigan and I told her we're getting her weather and it's making me worried.
So this is an interesting setup. What we've got here is a company, Simcoe, that takes and has a system to be a conveyor belt, move round bales to an unroller, then unroll the bale and then move that product into a square baler. So basically the process of converting the round bale to square bale.
I'll do anything.
Look at the thumbnail.
Where you guys from?
So Breezy Mills makes your classic windmill, but they are set up to operate pumps, like for aeration of ponds or other things. I learned about you all a couple years ago.
Wonderful.
I think it's some pretty neat work.
Where are you guys from?
I'm from Virginia. He's from out of state.
Out of country. Australia.
Australia.
So I'm basically the furthest away you can get.
You would fly.
Good industries in Peru. We help. We do a lot to support their church. Our church ministries there. Our children's office up there. In Haiti, we're doing orphan and widows care, schools, and I'll talk about the safety of housing. So keep that in mind. In India, we support a man and his wife that run a school, and then he does a lot of church planting. In Liberia, we send over 15 safety homes, and
Here you got New Holland fans. We have a New Holland Boomer 8M. Never heard of this one. Kind of looks like a retro tractor. Retro tractor styling with modern tractor performance and conveniences. Air holes for the seats, of course. Big Titan tractor.
So don't boomers
Titan
like,
tires.
don't boomers like crocs? See, looks like a croc.
So if you ever needed to know what it took to make a Ford reliable, well, it's to do this to it. To turn it into a Mad Max tornado chasing monster. This is what it takes to make a Ford stand up to just, you know, your daily life grind. Complete with double windows.
Those guys do seem
Yellow channel. So a little stone picker. You run with a quad bike side by side. Go around and pick up those big stones. You don't have to bring out the big boy stone picker.
Does the hitch adjust so that when you're on the road?
Yeah. Right here is a 730.
The agromatic stones. Ag spray for all of your spraying needs, from storage tanks, transport tanks, and pumps. To your semi-trailer, fertilizer, liquid, herbicide, whatever, mixing tanks. To sprayers, so not only for transport but for actually application. Some small tanks for like side-by-side quad bikes. Really cool trailer. Look up here. Little swing out spray bars. Drones are the new hotness. If you don't have a drone, then why not? Two 3-point hitch sprayers. Pretty cool video animation here showing the seed pickup and application and sensor to actually know if the seed's being delivered to each seed head, if you will, for lack of a better idea of how to properly describe it. The avatar. The Horsch Stero 16 SXL. Here we have another shot of the Mistero hitch, all its hydraulics. 40-foot planing with 30-inch spacing. gauges. Then we have the Horsch Joker 20 RX. PSI gauge. All kinds of spacers. Make sure you get your drop depth set. Vermeer. It's back at the show, of course. And we have the self-propelled ZR5 self-propelled round baler. Hookups, pick up underneath. And then we have the just standard trailed round baler, which is actually an interesting thing, is the self-propelled round baler. You can actually disconnect the rear baler module from the drive module, if you will. Something would be interesting to see modeled in game at some point. Is the ability to change those over or around from maybe a baler to a baler wrapper. So yeah, here's the 605N. This is the equivalent, if you will, to the self-propelled baler as far as the actual baler unit. Except this is obviously just connected to the tractor. Vermeer manure spreaders and feed mixers. Of course, you have your trailed mower. Your wheel rake. And your tedder. With a Versatile 210. Then the 365. But they're not only about tractors. They also have a huge versatile disc over here. The Fury H530. H5 300. Whoops. Of course, probably what most are familiar with is their big tracked 620. We have the Pottinger NovaCat front mower. I've got this in game, or something extremely similar to this exact model. And it's actually on the show here attached to a Fendt 933. And then on the back of that, we have the butterfly mowers. This one is fully swung up. Oh, come on. Then we have Pottinger Tedders. Windrowers. So still something that I think is a huge hole for Farm Sim is the ag bag. We've seen mods before, but you know, it'd be good if we could have this official, proper ag bag support in the setup. And this one would be for side unloading trailers. The bag would come out and fill from here. Anybody want some industrial poo pumps? The lagoon crawler. injection units. For something like the Lagoon Crawler. Welcome back to day 2's coverage of the National Farm and Machinery Show. I think I scared that guy a little bit when I started talking. I'm having to do a voiceover because the first 19 and some odd seconds of this video, it's got real bad sound, and I decided the sound was just unusable. So we're going to do voiceovers here in edit. Any rate, we're coming into the South Hall today. We're going to explore sections A and B of the South Hall. South Hall, or as the signage here says, South Wing, is really separated up into 3 sections, A, B, and C. It is by far the largest section of the show floor, and as such, really is going to take about a day and a half to cover. Right as soon as we come in the door, we see the John Deere 5120M provided by Wright Implements. They are the dealer that is representing John Deere at this particular event. No one's really representing Giants at this event, and I have told them we really need to have you here at the National Farm Machine Show, maybe next year. Any rate, we also are taking a look at this year's diorama. This diorama, I feel, changes from year to year. It's not the same, and this year we've got it set up with a bit of cotton harvest going on. Then in the foreground, we've got some tillage going on, and what appears to have a tractor, maybe a Case tractor or a Massey Ferguson tractor. It's definitely red. A red tractor stuck in a ditch. We've got a cat loader or excavator helping to try to unstuck that particular tractor. And then we've got a John Deere hauling a Diegelman rock picker, slowing up traffic. In the background, we also now seem to have some prep work being done on possibly a tractor pull or something else. And then we've got some staging ground there for definitely what looks like tractor pull tractors there in the foreground. Large selling station for grain. And then in the foreground, we have a irrigation sweep. We've got some round bale going on. We've got some mowing going on in the background. And then we can see that this year's diorama, called The American Dream, is built by Chase Long and Colby Counts of Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. So if Chase or Colby's watching this video, you all did a great job. And I can't wait to see what happens in next year's build. Now, I feel like every year the base is the same. I feel we have a creek in about the general area the same, the road's the same, but what happens on the surface changes up from year to year. Here we've got in the background, we've got a nice farmhouse. In the foreground, we've got cattle drinking and just mulling around, and then, well, they're going under the road. I like that touch, where we have different elevations, and to the cattle barn in the back. We've got additional cows there in the background, and then in the foreground, well, it looks like we've got some sort of large-scale corn harvest going on, and that is our diorama for 2025.
Coming into the South Hall, first booth we're going to come up to is New Holland. And New Holland, we have a T8 Genesis attached to a large square baler. We're also going to take a look at TYM a little bit later. And I'm panning down here because you can see, well, we can't see the end of the South Hall. That is how big this facility is. And again, we're going to take a look at just A and B of the South Hall in today's video. So here we have, again, the New Holland T8. We're going to make a tractor. And then New Holland also had a farming simulator kiosk set up. Sadly, it was down. At least it was down when we were there. It had a out of order sign. But they had a farming simulator kiosk set up last year, running Farm Sim 22, and had a special build of their CR11. You see it here, we've got the Logitech side panel and pedal set also set up. I was curious to see if it was running Farm Sim 25 or not, but we really didn't get that opportunity. Here we have the other side of the CR10. You see all the special mechanics going on. And something that I thought was pretty cool with this design is that you can see we've got built-in service steps. And in addition to that, we have a built-in air compressor and air line so we can blow things out kind of in the field if we need to clean it up or try to do some servicing and we got to figure out what in the heck is going on. We've got an air tank, air compressor possibly, and an airline to help do that without having to bring in a compressor and airline from maybe a service truck. Now we're going to make our way back here to the large square baler, and you can see that huge flywheel there on the front. That, of course, is there to keep the baler running smooth as the plunger operates and all of that. You've got that big flywheel. You've got all that momentum spinning in order to make sure everything runs. And I wanted to show this huge gearbox and that big, heavy machinery that makes up this big baler. I mean, these bales are huge. And the amount of force and the amount of effort it goes into in order to take your material and chop it up and compress it and form it into a bale. We've got the tying module there that goes up and ties the twine together. It's also got a greasing system. You saw that bottle there. And then I have to say, I made this joke when I was recording the video, and I'll repeat it right here, that if you've never seen or really appreciated the size of the bale chamber on a large scale square baler, this video may help you get a little bit of a sense for it, but it's really hard unless you see it in person. But I guarantee you, there are some hotel rooms in Asia that are smaller than that particular bale chamber. I've seen videos. TYM is a small tractor brand, and they were represented here at the show. Designed for your world is their slogan. Now, something I'd be curious to know is, do you prefer this format? Do you prefer that maybe I just do voiceovers after recording at the show? We don't have the show floor sounds. We have basically me just kind of describing what we saw at the show, maybe what we learned at the show as well after talking to maybe certain representatives of certain brands. So let me know if you'd rather just have voiceovers later or have the commentary during the recording. Let me know down in the comments below. But here we have the TYM. The brand, or not the brand, but the model escapes me right now, but we'll see it right here in a moment. It's the T115. And that little kid, he was trying to shut the door. He was having a little bit of difficulty. We got the kind of the hobby tractor there, the T25, equipped with a loader bucket on the back, front loader arms, and a bucket on the front. And then TYM, they unveiled 3 new models at the show. One of those new models is right here, the T3025. This is a small tractor, has AC and heat in the cab, which is of course maybe amazing for being a small tractor that has air conditioning, but probably somewhat expected or needed, being that it's an enclosed glassed-in cab. I mean, if you didn't have AC, that darn thing's going to get awful hot awful quick. Also had a huge LED light bar around the front there. You can see that. I believe that was a 25 horsepower tractor, if memory is serving me correct. Then we've got another model here. This one didn't have a cab, it had a roll hoop, an open cab design. Front loader buckets again. 4-wheel drive model. Now what you'll see later throughout this video is Thursday's coverage was a little bit more difficult. There were a little bit more people here on Thursday, or at least there were more people in the South Hall on Thursday than what we saw in the North Wing and the North Hall on Wednesday, the first day of the show. And this will continue. We'll see more and more people tomorrow as opposed to even today. And then Saturday, it's just going to be an absolute crazy fest. So the goal is to try to get as much recording done as possible on these larger halls before we get into Saturday. We'll cover some of the smaller areas of the show on Saturday as we close things out. This is the third and final new model revealed at the show. This is the T4058P, and the P, from listening to a representative at the show, basically P stands for premium. All right, so this is a premium model tractor. You see under the cab, you see under the hood, the engine, the cooling. Again, it would be kind of interesting to see TYM or some of these other smaller brands like Kioti, what we saw yesterday, come into the game in some fashion. Of course, they're not going to be for everybody. This is the Deutz TCD 3.6 liter, so it's a Deutz engine, 127 horsepower. This would be probably one of the larger TYM tractors in their lineup. The T130, and I have to say, I've told people earlier this week at the show, when I was farming as a kid 30 years ago, this is maybe why you would want to choose to have wet. The moment we've all been waiting for, of course, is the case booth, because if it's red, it's the better. So we have the Puma 240 with duals on the rear. It is going to be attached to this big cultivator. And of course, they put the foam around the discs to keep people from walking into them and hurting themselves. So the cultivator we were just looking at is the VT Flex 435. Available in 11, 15, 20, 23, 25, 30, or 34 foot working widths. And not to be outdone by New Holland, the Case has brought their own version of the CR10, the AF10. So we can expect this to pretty much look identical to the CR10 in just about every way other than color.
And then we have the 525 quad track. So at the Farm Sim preview event in Rafine, Wisconsin, I was privileged enough to be able to drive the 525. Not this one, but a 525. Anywhere between 467 horsepower to near 778. This is the redesigned quad track with the redesigned nose. And this quad track is attached to a 2150 early riser planter configured with seed tank and liquid fertilizer tank. And then we have the small Farmall 120C equipped with front loader arms and bucket. So here we have kind of info on the Farmall Medium Utility Series, and then we have on the side of this kind of really nice info graphic on the various models that Case has: harvesters, high horsepower tractors, and of course pretty sure the factory we went to in Rafine, they were the ones that produced the Magnum tractors, mid-range tractors in the Puma, Maxim. In fact, maybe it's the Maxim that they were producing there. Then we have their hay and forage lineup, windrowers, square balers, large and small, disc mowers, round balers, wheel rakes, trailed forage harvesters, and the smaller Farmalls sub-brand. Planting and seeding. So we saw the early riser earlier. Fertilizing, trailed and self-propelled. And then tillage. Welcome to Great Plains. We've got a very big booth here this year. They always have big booths. Right next to Case, we have the big Great Plains
CT8410 field cultivator. This thing just goes on for days. Sadly, maybe a bit underrepresented in the game. Love to see some more Great Plains content coming out, maybe as one of the free content update items. We've yet to see what kind of a content update we're going to get in Q1. Not too many more weeks left for that to possibly be released. So here we have the VT 1100 Turbo Max Turbo Seeder Plus.
Yep, it's different purposes, different.
Then we have the HT 1110. Folds up to be less than 12 feet wide, so very road capable in its folding position, but very, very big working width. See how big the folded wings are. Great Plains also has brush mowers, and of course what we actually do have in game is a Great Plains seeder. Now, the exact model kind of escapes me at the moment as to the model of the seeder that's in game, but we've got all various sizes of seeders. From big and small. But the biggest one here to show is the BD 7510 that appears to rotate, fold up and rotate in transport. So yeah, here we have it in its road position, and then in its field working position. Coming soon. Kind of neat. Maybe you need to pick up a gun safe. Make sure it's John Deere. John Deere air compressors, toolboxes, everything you could ever want. Now, local dealer Wright Implement is always the one that brings out and puts out this big John Deere booth every year. So we have some more kind of construction equipment here. Skid steers, loaders. Now yesterday, and I didn't film it, it's pretty much done filming by the time we got down here. Yesterday, Millennial Farmer was here at this booth. Did have a little bit of opportunity to have a little conversation with him toward the end of the day. I don't know if he's here today or not. In fact, this is right where we caught up with him yesterday, right here by this tractor and baler. And then the twin pack on the other side.
twin pack is a small square baler. You can get a good look at the nodder here. I said we'd see multiple harvesters today. Now we have the John Deere S7800. All opened up on display. Get the big air cleaner in there. See some of the fine engineering, mechanics, belts and gears that it goes into making this giant operate. So with FarmSim VR, you'd have to take all those lug nuts off, according to the trailer, in order to do maintenance on this big tire. Again, we're here at the John Deere harvester, checking out the other side of its underbelly, the underskin. And then we have John Deere mowers, small tractors, side by sides. And then last year, right when you walked into South Hall, well, you had one of these facing you. This one's set up with kind of row crop spacing. These tracks are well over 6 feet at their peak. Thicker model on display, the 9RX 830. So it's a little late for Wednesday's presentation. Probably by the time this video comes out, it'll be a little late for Thursday's presentations, but those of you that do watch this and are local or could come, well, there are presentations on Friday, and it does look like Millennial Farmer will be here at least up through Friday, because he has 2 presentations on Friday, cultivation and tire side chat. So I guess that's just kind of general chit chat and answering questions. LS Tractor is here at the booth, kind of another small to medium size tractor brand. We have some small things like this little garden tractor, hobby tractor. The T225S. To kind of the larger one here at the show. The MT473. And then various sizes in between. So the MT7101, that might be the biggest one here. It was kind of tucked up in behind. GTS headers.
That's a 50-foot. Flex very well.
We have a corn header over here that folds up.
The big header today.
And then kind of the elephant in the room is the 50-foot flex header here. And we saw the Gearinghoff header yesterday. And here we have the GTS X10. This would be the non-folding variant of that corn header, row crop header that we saw earlier. We have Pottinger here at the show, and one of the things they have here at the show is their large tedder. This was the HIT HT1312 model. And they also have a Terra disc HT12000. And then we think about the single rotor rakes that we have in game, or rake that we have in game as being small. But when you look at it IRL, like this top 462A, well, the scale, once again, really changes one's overall perspective. And we have Brock here. Brock in game is a little underrepresented, if it's represented at all, in FS25. But Brock is known for lots of things, bins, dryers, and such for grain. Now, there's not a whole lot to see here at this booth, but it does have a little bit of nostalgia for me. Growing up, my grandfather was a decal dealer, and I recall semi-trucks coming in with grain bags by the pallets. We'd have to unload from various orders that he would have collected from regional farmers, and then the delivery or pickup of those grain orders to the various farmers, the planting of test plots and such. So It's a little bit of nostalgia as we walk around through here. Decal booth. And here we are at the Haybuster booth. The H1030 Big Bite. Round bale shredder. It's been tipped up so you can see the intake side, and then we can come around the side and see the chopping, cutting, blades, and apparatus. Flailers, and then the product goes up the belt. But they also have drills. And other forms of bale shredders. This is very similar, kind of in scope, to a Vermeer, I think it was, bale shredder, where we'd load the round bale from the back. And then once it's in here, it would unroll and then go out this chute. A couple different models. So this one's going to be like a side discharge feeder. So Fransgard is here, made in Denmark. These are going to be things like forestry winches and grapples. Now that we have with the Platinum expansion in 22, forestry, we have various winches and things. This used to be something that was really only available for PC players. Log grabs.
Dad or auction app?
Lakota is here. And here we have a corn cracker, grain cracker, grain mill, if you will. Different milling plates stored here along the side. Then we have an auger here, dump station. It's going then into one of these grain mills.
Oh no, there is no. So no.
Now we saw this duck foot over on the GTS header. And I thought it was a GTS product, but here we have duck foot, which is its own product by its own company. Just slips on over existing tines. Here we have Drago headers. This one's basically on its intake up in the air, so we're going to be able to go around the back and see all the mechanics of how it operates underneath. Agri-cover. Now this is what we really need in game, is tarps that cover naturally as opposed to just being a snap open, snap closed type of a deal. With tarps that roll open and roll closed. We're over here at the Beefco booth, and I have to say, it's a bit more crowded today than it was yesterday, and this trend is just going to continue for the next 2 additional days after today. Beefco's got all sorts of attachments, from little 3-point drills to scrapers, fertilizer spreaders. Saw a wheel rake when we came into the booth, mowers, and even, well, let's go over here and check out what's on the other end. Now, this is a rather interesting mower.
Like I said, sometimes DEF is the initials of the guy. Oh, okay. Starting with
I guess it's not Beefco. I think it's supposed to be BEF Co. I don't know if you could hear it when I started the recording. There was a gentleman in the background that was talking about a slogan, the best equipment a farmer could own, EFCO. That's not apparently an official slogan, but it sounds darn good to me. Dave's over here chatting up with a fellow Australian. It's quite Quite ironic. I think I've lost him for the rest of the day at this point. Recorded.
Nice.
Make sure you pick up your genuine, unique fish shit.
Yep.
For organic
4,600
soil
different
fertilizing.
strains of alive biology. Nothing as robust or alive on the market.
That's what we need.
Yep.
Genuine fish shit for our fields.
That healthy living soil, baby. It's what it's all about. It's called side dressing. Yeah, buddy. Stonington.
So after that excitement at the fish shit booth, we were at Needham Ag Technologies. Replacement parts for John Deere case seeders and drills.
The merry-go-round is short.
It's another surprise present. So what's being demonstrated here is that the mod, the JHHD mod for this John Deere harvester and header is actually using the Hilco leveling technology for its for its implementation on following the terrain and leveling.
That's correct. Yeah, so kind of pop out here, give you a little bit of a walk around. So you can see the undercarriage is freely pivoting from the overcarriage. So if you kind of kneel down here, you can see the John Deere axle is replaced by ours, and we move the transmission forward, and the undercarriage, overcarriage freely pivot from each other. So the cleaning system, the cleaning shoe, can remain level while grain's coming in. So that's how maintain efficiency, grain cleaning, and maintain your power in the hills. So that's
this has been implemented for 22 at this point.
This is a 22 version. It'll be should be in the 25 version at some point. I have no date on that, but we've got a couple more mods from our Hilco products coming into the game pretty soon with our wrap twine remover and our harrow as well as the Case IH hillside leveling system. So those will both be in the game.
So in real life, it's a pretty extensible conversion.
Yeah, in real life it is. Yeah, it takes about two full days for an experienced installer to put one on. But we ship these directly out to a near factory installer in Kelowna, Illinois, right across the road from Moline, and we get these equipped and then sent all over the country, both to Midwest and to our Pacific Northwest dealerships. So we got customers all over the country, and some even in South Africa and Canada. So yeah. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So KMW front loaders. Give me a 30-second rundown on what's
30 seconds.
RC Farmer.
So we control tractors by manipulating the switches that already exist inside the tractor. So we turn the key, we move the RPM, we control the PTO button you can't really see, hydraulics. Everything goes over top what you already have. Wing nuts hold it down. There's no drilling holes, no modification to your tractor. In an hour, you got a remote control tractor for stationary PTO work. I also drive tractors as well, doing the same, using the same technology.
All right, thank you.
I saw it sitting there.
Norden Manufacturing. Now, one of the reasons I'm showing you this is we had not this, but something similar to this. We call it a kicker, but in essence, modern day terminology, it's a tedder. It's designed to fluff up your crop, fluff up your product to aid in drying operations. And then of course, once you're done doing something like alfalfa, then you're probably going to be looking at smaller bales, small square bales. So you want something, you know, growing up, I handled tens of thousands of small square bales. Something like this would have been, oh, so nice. So this would attach to the back of a small square baler, and then the square bale would go through the chute, do a little bit of a spin, get properly orientated, and then it would drop in around the back through a series of gates and chutes, and then, well, go into a stacker or a collector. And it would then be released onto the ground. You'd come by with a grapple to collect those, put them on your baler or your wagon, then transport them to the farmyard where you would repeat the process of unloading them and putting them in your barn, whole barn, ideally, so you're handling this stuff less than the old school way of doing it. Handling it to stack it in a barn, handling it to pull it out of the barn, and handling it to deliver to farmers or other customers. Krone is here at the show. We gotta look here at the Easy Cut TC400. This trailed mower swings out and rotates down for operations. Lift it up, see the handy mowing apparatus. We saw these over at the Kuhn booth day one. Same general principle for all of these disc mowers. Single wheel Krone windrower. More Krone mowers, a side mower. Another side mower of different size. Here we have a Kuhn round baler, or not a Kuhn round baler, Krone round baler, all splayed open for us to see the insides. The mechanics, here we have the control module that would be in the cab, showing us the size of the bale and the fill capacity of the bale. That's where we would be able to tell it to make the wrap, make the bale, and drop it.
If you need, excuse me, sir.
If you need it, shaft, that's already on.
This is nice. Look at all these grease points all here in one spot. As opposed to having to try to find them all. You just go down the row and grease them all in one spot. And then there's hoses, tubes that go and run wherever you want them or need them to be. And then, of course, tethers of various size. Kubota, and they have a huge presence here at the show this year. Each year it's pretty big. Of course, Kubota is known for kind of more popular, smaller machinery, smaller tractors. We do have a few of their larger tractors in game. From the Kubota DLC in 22. We got quite an assortment of small machines here, at least on this side of the booth. That's the L2502, open cab with a roll hoop, connected to a Land Pride brush mower. You have the Kubota LX3520. We get over to some of the larger Land Pride mowers. It's a triple deck mower. Or something like this Batwing Ranger Series 2 mower. Again, Land Pride. Getting a little bit bigger with our Kubota machinery.
Yeah, because normally you're just connected right there. You're pulling your foot in.
And then we have the M6. We have the M6 in game, or at least we did in 22. To a larger butterfly mower.
It is going to be, there's an 8-foot mower that can take that. This thing stick out so far.
The M7 or M8. It's like going to be a little bit further over here. Here we have the M5. the M7. The M7 is what's connected to the baler. Some of the hobby farm tractors. Mowers. Then of course we have the side-by-sides. I kind of like the tan Kubota over the orange. Pretty neat dump configuration.
Yeah. So, air filter extractor, obviously that. That's really easy. And the same thing goes with.
Even equipped with a front winch on this one.
Flew in yesterday and now they're attempting here.
Post hole digger. Trencher. Front grabs. Skid steers. Loaders. And more. Kind of a staple of the show. GEA. And then they like to show off this big slurry tanker. And of course, how well its suspension is. They're also showing off other systems here. So here we have kind of a system to clean the udders. The udder mister. Get to clean, treat udders for milking, sanitizing. And then we have the back end of that big slurry tanker. Applicator. at the AGCO booth, Ag Revolution. Everything gets cleaner with Gleaner. That, of course, is the slogan. Many folks wish we could get Gleaner in the game officially. I think we've seen from time to time occasional mods. But it would be nice to see Gleaner come in as an official brand. Then we have a Massey Ferguson liquid fertilizer sprayer. It's hard to get a good shot of this since it's so tight in here at this particular booth. But we could kind of easily almost walk underneath the thing. Here we have the Massey Ferguson big old seeder. We've got two seed hoppers. We have a liquid tanker for liquid fertilizer. We come around the back and check out the business end of this thing. And then it's attached to big Massey Ferguson 8S 305, I believe is the model number. Here we have the info card for this planter. So as pictured, this one's got 305 horsepower, 240 horsepower at the PTO, 35,000 pounds.
Time being here today.
Here we have the 6S,
Thank
165.
You, never lost for words, always full of good ideas and information. All right, you're sticking around for 4 more minutes. We've got Acres TV. They're going to talk about first generation farming. If you're out there and you're thinking about becoming a farmer and you don't have any land or buildings and equipment, they're going to tell you a little bit about their experiences and how they did it as a first generation farmer.
something that's interesting on this baler. I didn't realize until I got over to this info card. This baler is going to be for small square bales. It looks like an awful big baler for that. But then you get to this aspect. 2 rows of bales in a single pass. So yeah, we're double baling. That's why we have so many knotters up there. We're just taking a look at the knotter shot. So you're going to be able to pick up a thicker windrow because you're producing 2 bales off of that windrow as opposed to 1. Come down these dual chutes, and then you get dropped here behind the baler. So Massey Ferguson has a very large assortment of very small tractors here at the show, but AGCO's known for other brands, not just Gleaner or Massey Ferguson. We've got Fendt here at the show. This is a Fendt 728. 728, so 700 series. Typically we think of 700 series as being, well, at least I think of 700 series as being relatively small compared to the 900 series or the 10 series. But this tractor is nothing but small. Fendt 30-foot momentum planter. Just look at the scale of this hitch. I mean, this is some serious iron. Remember, I said we'd see lots of harvesters today. Well, we have another Fendt harvester, the 8T, to add to our collection of harvesters we've seen so far. Probably at least 6 at this point. Once again, she's been laid open to reveal all her secrets. If we were to officially measure the track here, it's over a 6'4". You could stand in there. And now we've seen this boom. We can finally see what's attached to this boom. We have a Fendt Rogator 934H liquid sprayer. Now, if it didn't have these side skirts on, you'd definitely be able to walk underneath this thing without any issues whatsoever.
You have enough freaking beans to keep them on the belt.
Fendt 936.
But then at the same time, we're like, we have a nicer sprayer possible.
It's a Massey sprayer. We got the Fendt.
And then we have, once again, the ZATS 4200. Now in game we have the TS 3200, so 1000 liters smaller capacity. But did anyone really think that that spreader was this large? Of course, 3200 is going to be a little smaller than this, but still. Much smaller, much larger, not smaller, much larger than maybe lots of folks would initially think on this. That's why when you attach it to a smaller tractor than really it's intended for, you'll see the front wheels lose weight or maybe even come up off the ground. We have a 620 Vario.
What? No, I'll say 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Then we have the 1162 Vario MT.
Oh my, now that's like what I'm doing.
Tracked.
No way.
So this is the 1162, so this would be 618 horsepower, 540 horsepower at the PTO. And you can see the scale of this hitching system to know that if you're going to use this tractor, you're going to use this tractor to do some serious work. In fact, you might hitch it up to something just like this, the Amazon disc. Or we'll come back to the Amazon. Then right across the aisle, we have this from Norwood Sales. It's a huge disc. This is just one half of it. The other half is way over there. Or we have the Quick Till, again from Norwood, HSD 2900. We'll come back to the case seeder here. We've got a belt to an auger. It's electric auger. Motor's way up the top though. We have a drive over belt. And this would be convenient because you would drive your semi over this, belly dump over this. And then the belt would transfer the grain into something like we just saw, into this. Then this would go into your bin or other storage medium, maybe even a truck. And this is at the Norwood booth, not the Case booth. They probably didn't have room with the quad track and the harvester and everything else for a big seeder like this. Then Norwood has several more items over here. Augers, belts. Seed and fertilized tenders over here. And then we have kind of a liquid tank. Not really a liquid tank because it's got an unloading belt. It's another form of tender over there. A plastic tank. Here we have the back of that Amazon disc. We can get another look at that Amazon fert spreader from the back, right? The business side of that spreader. And then we have a large Amazon Fendt solid fertilized spreader. What do they say? Everybody loves a bad boy? Well, you have an opportunity to own one with bad boy mowers and small tractors.
I've seen it where you've got looks like rats.
Yeah.
Or how about a Honeybee? We've got a Honeybee Airflex 230 grain header. We have the NDE Co. brand of feed mixers brought to the show from Right Implement. We know them as basically the ones who are hosting the John Deere booth. This one will unload from either side. I stand corrected. Looks like it unloads from the right side, the front. We have a smaller one. Our mixing scales. Here we are at Unverfurth. Yeah, okay, whatever. Can't pronounce that one. But what we can pronounce is Brent. And we have a Brent V1100 grain cart. And this thing is massive. As is lots of stuff here at the show, of course. The unloading pipe. You could also get it with a track option. You see that right here.
Oh yeah.
The width of the track is just almost unbelievable. We also have other brands under the Unverfurth manufacturing umbrella. We have Parker. So here we have a seed hopper. The seed chariot, actually. It's got an unloading arm. It's a little pipe, which makes filling the various seed boxes and such easier. We have a ripper here. So Orthman is another brand here. This is the first ripper strip tillage tool. And then the other green machine we were looking at earlier, it's going to be for liquid fertilizer applications. And then we have a solid fertilizer spreader and the Pro Force 1450. And then around the back of that, we're going to have a Extreme 1319 auger wagon. Grain cart. This one's already configured in a tracked variety. And then if you wanted to learn a little bit more about the company and things, well, we've got a nice big setup here. Manufacturing in Ohio, Iowa, Nebraska. Sales branches in California, Georgia, North Dakota, Nebraska, Washington, Texas, South Dakota, and I guess Ontario. And then on the other side, we have kind of a timeline of the company from 1940 onward. You might be able to pause and read some of this on the 4K version of the video, which will be posted after I get back. Those of us that have been around the game for a little while, through a couple versions, may know the Seed Runner 3755 XL. This was base machinery in Farm Sim 17, Farm Sim 19 timeframe, but it's kind of been abandoned from the base game. I think there was a mod of this was brought forward maybe for 22. This would be the loading configuration. And then this arm would be swung and rotated around so as over the discharge hole there for the unloading configuration. Welcome back to the Kentucky Expo Center, day 3 of the National Farm Machine Show here in Louisville, Kentucky. It's Lovers Day, and lovers of farm machinery are flocking like mad to this place. Today we're going to finish up the south wing with C section. Then we'll head over to the west wing and not hope to see the president. Jokes aside, there's going to be lots of stuff to see over there as well for the next day and a half, so let's get right to it. So we have Ohio Valley Ag here, and they are representing Apache. Apache is a brand of self-propelled sprayers that we really don't hear a whole lot of. I haven't really heard a whole lot of outside of the show. They've been here every time I've come to the show, but outside the show, really don't hear too much of them. It'd be interesting to see them in Farm Sim in some way. I was walking underneath this one yesterday, the HS 1100. Then we have the AS 1250 model. And the third model here is going to be the AS 650. And then again, these days, if you're not doing something with drones, then you probably should be starting to do something with drones, because drones in ag are kind of the latest hotness. So here we've got a kind of a sprayer drone that can fly over the field and do spot spraying. Grain distribution system here at the show. They're obviously going to be specializing with, well, grain distribution, if you will. They've got a pretty cool booth set up as a grain bin, and then several ways of moving grain around also set up here. This one's going to be using paddles to move your grain as opposed to an auger
or a belt. And this is going to be a representation of the floor of the grain bin, and then the air channel underneath it, and then perforations to allow the air to come up through it. And then this is going to be a sweep to go around and sweep the perimeter of the bin, and then use the paddles to paddle to openings in the floor. So then ultimately come out outside the bin, and that's where you'd have a larger auger, like one that's set up over at the booth we're going to go to next, in order to load it into a trailer. Here we have a large grain tower, or drying tower, set up for grain drying. Then across the aisle, we have what we would obviously have then used to load into either a bin, like the larger one here, or use a smaller one to load it from the grain bin into a trailer. Here we have a system to treat seed or prep seed for then applications out in the field. Bulk seed would go at the top. Go through the various apparati, have things added to the seed in measured quantities, and then come out here on this end. It's going to be loaded up into another tote or a seed hopper. Several of these variants here at the KSI booth. They show this one unloading directly into a conveyor belt auger, if you will. Now I'd be curious what the blower here is to be used for, unless maybe it's a dryer system to further dry what's coming out of the applicator. We have Tartar here, and Tartar is going to have lots of things for your cattle and animals. We've got cattle chutes, we've got water troughs, we've got feed troughs, gates. But we even have a nice dump trailer for a side-by-side or a four-wheeler or something small. And various implements and attachments, claws, forks, scrapers.
Lambton is here, and we're in a little bit of a section related to grain handling, grain storage, and grain transport. They're going to be working with and focusing on things to move your grain around and process your grain in various ways.
Any questions I can try and answer?
No.
On the banner here, we can see a conveyor.
How they have the wheels turn and sort of shake.
Yeah, feel free to play with it.
Yeah.
And then this would be a distribution to then change which bin your chute is going to unload to.
See the like subtitle.
Hey, Ralph's not here. It's okay to come in.
And then this would be at the top of your tower. And you can see how things get moved up to the tower in these buckets. As I mentioned, we are in a bit of a section here where we've got lots of vendors that are dealing with grain. So Chief Ag Systems. Obviously, we're going to be talking about Chief bins. And to that end, we've got a nice little model bin set up here as their exhibit booth.
Well, we have to raise the grade like 10 feet. We can't drop our pipes in.
See what their door to their bins look like, and then also grain transport. So they're using thin paddles, it appears here, to move grain around. Various blowers and dryers. And again, this would be at the top of your grain tower. To bring grain up to the top and then pitch it down into a distributor to then distribute to one of your various bins, whichever given bin you're filling at that particular time. Dixie Choppers here, all your mowing needs, just $10,000. We'll buy you a nice Blackhawk HP in this digital black and white camo. I'll call it black, white, gray camo. Bulletproof steel baffle, 60-inch cut. I want to see, have they tested this? Is it really bulletproof? If I try it and it isn't, do I get a refund? And then if you've got some extreme hills, you might be interested in their Talon RC mower. 55 degrees. Now this one's RC, it's not autonomous, but coming soon. Just like that other remote control mower, except this one's 40 grand. I don't know, can I get in there to see the price? Yeah, 40 grand that one is. That other RC mower was smaller. You could probably buy 6 of those for this. Just in case you do want to buy that 40 grand RC mower, well, here's several dealers in the greater Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, Illinois area.
Dixie chopper, the world's fastest lawnmower. So it's like JCB for tractors. But is it still cut good at that speed? I don't know. I can never afford one. $15,500 will get you that one. Here we have a loader, right? Stand on the back, operate, and get a little bucket here. And obviously get other attachments for it as well.
Jake, good to meet you. Yep, enjoy the show.
And then right next to that, we have Brush Hog. Obviously, Brush Hog is most known for their brush mowers. So the big batwing brush mower here, the 4120, a 20-foot heavy-duty flex wing mower. I'll show you the info card on this one. So I was messing with the focus. I was trying to get it back into autofocus after realizing that yesterday's video, some things weren't in focus. Brush Hog has lots of other mowers here at the show. Various sizes, smaller than the 4120. They've also got things like scrapers, tillers, and then we have kind of this bank mower, right? Attach this to your tractor and then extend out the boom to your mower deck. Not to be outdone and kind of a part of the same booth, we have Rhino mowers. Side mower. Small trailed mowers. Either Brush Hog or Rhino, depending on what you want to go with. Let's check out the info card on this one. So this is advertised as a golf and turf mower. Anywhere between 13 to 24 foot cutting widths. Kind of to conclude our grain handling section, at least for a little bit, till we get down to Meridian and what is it? Sioux, I think. We have Suka. Of course, they're set up again with kind of a model bin. They have blowers, dryers, grain transport.
things set up here. And an unload bin, possibly like ground level, a little model of maybe a ground dump, and then how they're using paddles to move that grain up. Again, we have one of the large kind of distributions. See how this is going to be moving the chute to the different holes that would then ultimately go to different bins. Then here we have a bit of a mock-up on the Sukup grain dryer tower. See how this tower would look possibly IRL, and then we've got a little bit of a cutaway here to see how the insides would work. And then we also have a bit of an animation going on. For their cross-flow grain dryers. On the left, we've got insert random brand name here. How their grain would flow. And then we have their controls. And then we have the Sukup version of how this would work. This banner shows a nice diagram where you have your various stages of drying. Hurricane ditcher. Ditches are absolute bitches, and that's why you need somebody like Hurricane to help you manage all your ditching needs. Various models, hurricane-ditcher.com. And then part of the Hurricane booth is some Maddox equipment. This is more of highway construction type grade stuff. Still prime for digging and excavation. This is what we're seeing here. This gnarly head on it. And we're at the Pit Express booth, and this is a really cool. We've seen the ones where you drive over, and then there's kind of a belt that you're driving on. Now this one's got ramps, and you drive up and over on the ramps. And of course you have your dump section, but it's just here in the center. And it all is controlled via hydraulics. As I was saying, everybody's into drones these days. We've got another drone over here at the sprayer specialties booth. It's got all types of things sprayer related. Small tanks, small sprayers that you would attach to side-by-side, four-wheeler, small trailers for kind of your spot spraying, on-demand spraying, spray mixing. Generators, spray nozzles, hose, and the like. And they have a virtual Sears catalog of products here. Martin Till, a trusted name in no-till. Quite a snazzy name, quite a snazzy slogan, for sure. They're going to be specializing in modifications you would make to your seeding and planters to support more efficient no-till operations. Better suspension, better conforming to the ground, better ground pressure, cut down into the ground, better sealing over of the cut.
That is pretty cool.
And we're back to soy Sue, depending on how you want to call it.
Can we shut that off? Are you talking?
Depending on the size of your bin, we try to keep the price around $5,000. 2,200 bushels an hour. We've got 3 drive options. This particular one is a dedicated electric motor drive. We've also got a hydraulic that'll connect to the back of your tractor, and we have a direct drive that connects right into your reclaim auger.
So you can put weights on the back?
Yeah, it comes with a weight kit. It comes with a track kit. Track kit's just to spread the weight out. We don't know what aeration floor it's going to go in on. We've had a lot of instances houses where it's, a bin was erected in the 60s and it's just an uneven floor. So yeah, we leave kernels behind, not inches of material.
And the paddles are proven safer than augers?
Yes, because you don't have to get in the bin. This will start up under a load. It can be completely covered up and it'll start up. The idea is not to get in the bin.
You're not worried about heat if the motor is completely covered?
Yeah.
That's fully sealed?
Yep. So it's basically a drag conveyor. Unlike an auger that's got grain around the whole thing of it, if it's piled up, a drag conveyor only has it under half. So that's why you can start it up under a load. Like little brooms, they follow the flow of the floor. So if you've got an uneven floor, it just brooms it right to the middle.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, you betcha.
Do you have a hedgerow that needs to go away? Well, this thing will do it. Guaranteed. Ultra thick steel. I just put my fingers up here as a representation of how thick this steel is. Huge blades, blade plate. And yeah, got a bunch of tall shrubs, little trees, set up to 10-inch trees, 10-inch diameter trees. That would be not 10-inch tall trees.
The bottom. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Take care, guys. Thank you. See you, Jeff.
This is what we need. The ultimate in tree deletion.
Just suck the tree in there.
There you go. Just drop it on the tree and it's just gone. We'll use the old finger test once again on how thick the steel is and the teeth. The X mulcher. We should just call it Every Tree Runs in Fear. Fast sprayers. We have trailed sprayers here. And then we have attachable sprayers. Are you a land lover? Well, if so, we've got land lover here. We have a cedar. And I have to say, this thing is built robust. This one's got airbag suspension.
Yeah, like I was telling you.
And then we can see this side is folded up. Gravely's here with several of their zero-turn mowers. This would be one of the ones where you stand behind it. So this is a remote control flail mower, so perfect for areas where you can't really get in to use a real mower,
Correct.
Traditional mower.
Yep.
Given its tracks, it's going to have lower pressure on the wheel, on the ground. Therefore, it's going to be able to get in places where a wheeled vehicle can't. And you've got lower overall pressures to get through wetlands and things and clear ways. Matthews Company, where we have things for grain drying and grain distribution, grain management. Again, we're using paddles for our transport as opposed to augers or belts for this one. So what Agro EcoPower is doing here is they offer the ability to retune your tractors, combines, pretty much any power equipment to get you the power that you paid for, or more power than that you paid for, because we learned at the Racine plant when we did the preview event for FarmSim that all of the tractors that come out of the Racine plant have the exact same engine in them, and they're just tuned by software down to specific horsepowers. So this company is going to allow you to, outside the dealer, get some more power out of those engines. Here we have Meyer, and we're showing off a feed mixer attached to a Peterbilt. We also have several other feed mixers here of various sizes, as well as manure spreader. And even a classic side discharge forage wagon. Underrepresenting in the game, for sure. Something we'd like to see in the future. More of in the game. More quality mods of these in the game, if not direct from Giants products. So many of these are subpar in my opinion. When you start talking about mods. Well, see, Thunder Creek isn't the only one here with service trailers. Hitchdock is here with their service trailer. Heavy duty drawers. We were checking this out last night before we left. The drawers rotate, lock, right? So your tools and your drawers don't go awry in transport. Moisture tester from Dickie John.
Yeah, storage temperature, you don't want to get below -4. Shut up.
Oh, and I'm getting video. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, the shed, I mean, I had done this year. We're going to camper back from the so I got a tractor and seed the first cut. Nothing else. Why not? Let's cut. That's all here. Yeah, that was the damn one. I still can't hear you. That's one thing we need to do.
The Unitrim carousel planter for products like tobacco, tomato, lettuce, broccoli, cauliflower, melons, cabbage, and celery. It's got a fertilizer tank on it. Yeah, it looks a lot like the rice planter, right? From Farm Sim 25. We have trays here for our seedlings, saplings.
Dry box to herbicide. So we put herbicide down as we go through the field. So it keeps weeds. And so far it's working basically everything. It does. The row, if you're doing heavier, I likes to go ahead.
So Harvest Solar is going to be working with farmers to recruit some natural energy from unusable soils, areas that you can't really make use of in agriculture or could be dual use with agriculture. For example, you could have a cow pasture that really is no good for anything other than cow grazing, that you could also put solar panels on, raise them up, and get them out of the way of the cows. They can still graze, so you get the byproduct of the cows eating down the grass, keeping the solar panels free of tall grass and things like that. But at the same time, you can make use of the land in other ways.
A big one is physical space. We're a growing farm here. We don't want to take up, put up your land. We're trying to take up
Degelman is here, and we most often know about them in game for their rock pickers, but I believe we also have maybe some tillage equipment from them as well in game. And just looking at some of this machinery, we can see that this stuff is very heavily built, very heavily designed to cut deep down into the soil. I think this particular unit, we were looking at some of the marketing information yesterday on our way out of the show, and it's basically designed to cut 2 feet, 24 inches down into the ground. Here we have a grain mill. To mill your grain for your feeding operation. ProTill 20. And we also have grading blades from them. So if you want to do a big scale silage, right, we've got the Degelman blade here. This one pictured is attached to a big New Holland tractor. But let's kind of zoom out and kind of get the scale of this thing in real life, because I'm standing literally right on it.
Yeah, slightly.
So this bolts to the frame.
Yep, and it's got a quick attach. Hydraulic cylinder. You can keep the frame on and back away from the blade.
Parties here, and they brought several sprayers. Some of them we've known from being in game. We have the Aeon, A-E-O-N 7000 sprayer. Got the side showing here, showing some of the pump and mechanics. We have the Navigator, kind of one step down from the Aeon, and then the Ranger, step down from the Navigator. We don't necessarily get this level of detail or understanding. Oh, sorry. And then the stand behind that we saw here, we can actually then add other attachments to it, like loader arms and a bucket, or a snow blower, or a mulcher.
Okay, all right.
And then we have Elmer's Hall Master, 1300. And we're just demonstrating the arms articulation.
Where do you want to go?
Get a real focus on this track system, how heavy duty it is, storage for shovel, we have a water line, water hose, water tank, and pump. And I was just showing the adjustability of the output chute. We rotated forward and back, rotated up and down, and now it's going to close again. Built-in scale, so you know how much weight is in the Hall Master. Woods is here with an assortment of various products. Not only mowers, but we have some drills. We have snow blower. We have snow blade. Tiller, scrapers. And then of course, mowers of various type.
Lined up. We only do so many. Make sure you're in line.
We are a few minutes away from our next installment of The Farmer Says. Anybody hanging around the booth, if you would like to play, answer a question, win a prize, you can get it wrong. See one of our associates are getting a chip to play, and we'll play The Farmer Says in about 2 or 3 minutes.
Gator-made trailers. Why do we not have kind of more American style trailers in the game is beyond me. But it would be something I'd like to see come to the game, either base game, as free content add-ons. Hey, that's a great idea. Or as maybe high quality mods.
Got to be pretty hard.
What you get with it, not just a tow, but you get some added features that you don't get with the regular. You get 2 jacks.
I did come in there thinking of the tow.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't know.
So Toro is the booth, and you've probably seen them in the background of various shots throughout the show. They offered foam cowboy hats, said Toro on them. Sadly, came by yesterday to pick some up, and they'd given them all away. One person said they had a whole semi-load of them. Well, they managed to give away all of them before the end of the second day, which is a little sad. But anyway, we have the Grandstand Multi-Force. This thing is obviously going to be one that you stand behind to operate, but it has multiple attachments. We have a dump bucket, we've got a snow blower, we've got a plow, a debris blower, a broom, an aerator, a mower with vacuum bag, a leaf plow, and a dethatcher attachment. So one power machine to do many different jobs. Stand behind Dingo Digger. We also have a wide assortment of electric products. Like, for example, we have an electric snowblower right here. We have an electric zero-turn mower. And they take these Flex Force battery modules. Or if you don't have time to mow and you have a yard that's appropriate,
All right, as you come up, I'm going to ask you guys
the Toro Haven Smart Yard mower.
All right, buddy, what's your name and what
The Dion Scorpion 300. This one's set up as a trailed forage harvester. With silage additive tanks. You can change the header on this to a pickup style header. We'll take a look at the angle, side angle on that later. And then we also have the Dion blower to unload your product and blow it up into your silo. Why go with a Dion forage harvester? Well, here is kind of the meat and potatoes of how all this works. The knives that the product runs through to chop it up. And this is the other side of that pickup header. Right next door, we have Sudinga, and another grain handling company. Obviously, this is going to be the top of their grain leg, their grain tower. We have a dump grate here to dump your belly dump trailers on. You can see how that's been set up here. It's kind of a ramp setup. And then they also also have a drive over grain hopper. We saw that at another vendor also. Cat is here with an assortment of various smaller machinery for farms. We've got a skid steer here, $255. And where there are kids and a horn button, they will find each other. This year they haven't honked the horn near as much as last year. A little bigger, the 275. This is a big skid steer. And then we go from a big skid steer to a small wheel loader, the Cat 906. Got KBH here from Mississippi. We have a kind of grain cart or fertilizer cart.
How's it going?
Hey. Then we have a liquid transport. Tanks on the front and back. And in the middle, you could put IBC totes or other things. It's a big mixing pump here in the middle. It's quite the attraction. Everybody's wanting to check it out. We may have Schaefer in game, but we do not have the T9660. This is a very, very large telehandler or wheel loader or front loader. I mean, it depends on how you want to call it. Telescoping. We got a big old bucket up there. A big old grab on it. Then this is more of what, along the line of what we have in game. 3650 SLT articulating loader. We have Brandt here, and Brandt's not only showing off their drop deck trailer, but on the drop deck trailer, they have a big auger wagon, and they're showing off on the trailer how these sides can extend out to support wider loads. We have a grain trailer here with a moving floor.
Tow hooks on the back? Sure. Yeah, right here.
I can't get back yet. I went over there and I looked at that thing occasionally.
Yeah. That's what caught my eye.
Then we have a Brandt unloading belt here, drive over it, and then of course it will dump into a auger, similar to the auger that's right beside it, to then load up into a bin or something else. maybe to transfer the product from one trailer to another.
You know.
The brand's not all about grain, hauling, and moving. We also have a large disc here from them.
What? Are you leaving?
Brand has a nice small utility dump trailer here as well. Single cylinder lift.
Sorry, no, let it down.
Now, what originally brought me over to this booth was an Oxbow banner, but I failed to see any actual Oxbow equipment here. I see more just H&S equipment. So here we have a feed mixer. We have a big dump trailer, right? So this is going to take your grain, and instead of having an auger to offload it, it's going to raise up and flip over and dump. We've seen other trailers like that. This will have a smaller manure spreader. But again, where's the Oxbow stuff?
He's here.
Meridian is here to show they're not only about grain bins or storage bins for fertilizer and such. We also have a service trailer. Stylish service trailer at that. And of course we have here we have a fuel storage tank. Meridian and convey all belts and augers. This looks pretty similar to one we have in game. And of course there's smooth walled storage bins. Here we have a little sample unit, show sample. And a smaller service trailer. And then a convey all auger. We have a seed handling trailer here for your seed totes. And the Meridian Seed Express. Capello is here. A couple different versions of their header. Things open up so we can see inside. What makes these designs better than the rest? And then we have your underside of a header. See the moving bits underneath. Stalk stompers, skid plates, stalk cutter blades.
So it's not necessarily less efficient, it's just as far as, see, I kind of was thinking that you would need to keep it like flowing through there all the time. Unnecessarily. You can. So it's shutting itself down, it's shut the fan and everything off. Really? I just thought maybe it would stop the voltage, you know.
Here we have Doyle from Quincy, Illinois. Now this is the size stuff that really hits me as being what we would use back 30 years ago. It's kind of interesting seeing this size stuff still today. But you know, not everybody needs the giant stuff. There's plenty of small farmers out there. A vast majority of those in agriculture, those farmers in America are small farmers. Not everyone has a huge, massive operation that could even make use of something like this large Doyle trailer. But they're going to be working on things much smaller, like these smaller sized fertilizer spreaders. And we have a diesel generator, or diesel powered belt. Also seems to be a impromptu bench for those who need to take a load off. Now I predict we'll see more Ferris, or more mowers in general, as we continue through the show over on the West Hall, or the West Wing. But here we have Ferris. This is a brand I've not really heard of or seen before. Here we have a stand behind, a stand-on blower, the FB 1000 Hurricane. We even have, well, this looks like a very robust, self-propelled walk behind. They're not push mowers, they're walk behinds. Let me move up the product stack. This is another stand behind. And then if we make our way across the aisle, well, we have Anderson. Anderson came to the game in DLC in FS19, still in the game back in FS22 or 25. And here we have the Merge Pro 915. This thing is massive. It's a huge, huge merger. In the game, we've got an Anderson merger, right? But did you think it was really the scale that this one is? Be able to seriously move the material left, right. I don't think this one will split. We have the 3-point hitch Anderson RB 200 round bale wrapper. And then, favorite of mine, sausage maker, the IFX 720 X Tractor. Now the X Tractor will be able to wrap square and round bales. Now we're over here on the west side in one of the small side buildings, and a lot of the vendors over here, some more of the smaller vendors, more niche vendors, and it's important that they get some coverage and things. I think a lot of people that come to the show might not even know this area is over here, other than the fact that they have to walk past this in order to get to the pits if they want to see the tractor pull stuff that are set up and kind of a meet and greet style format. Now that's going to be its own separate video. We took a tour around the pits, taking a look at everything. We're on the tractor pull tonight and tomorrow night. That's Friday night and Saturday night. I don't know if we're going to be able to film too much of that or what the view is going to look like and everything, so we'll just have to wait and see on that. This is a model setup of a big grain complex. Multiple bins, grain leg, dryer.
Well, that's not the square plates, but the round plates. That's also a different.
I think these are getting bigger each time we see a brush cutter.
sounds like we're over, just going home, man.
I can confirm this is definitely not an air conditioner. Every year, Semez has the smallest booth, and I just don't understand. But hey, you know, if it's fine for them, it's fine for me. And here they have Semez, and they've got one of their side mowers. So we have Karcher in game as a pressure washer, but they do other things. Including pressure washers. Floor cleaners. And the like.
Never cleaned them? Are they in good shape?
Moisture sensors. Mat tracks, track conversions for just about anything. Trucks, SUVs, side-by-sides, tractors, sprayers, mowers. Yeah, we have a mock-up of a side-by-side for tracks. Or a kind of a Bobcat Ute with tracks. Call it kind of a Bobcat Ute because it's got this loader bucket on it. We have a pickup conversion kit. Let's see what he's doing here for the back end of the wheel wells and the front of the rear wheel wells, where clearance would be an issue. would be a conversion kit for like a sprayer. Then here we have a model kind of a tractor conversion, or a kind of a smaller tractor conversion, a hobby tractor. I was overhearing it's 40 miles an hour for top speed. I could have used these coming up here Tuesday.
We made it up here just before.
Remlinger. Here they've got several drills and drag harrows set up from them. It's a 10-foot drill. Various types of drag harrows. Then we also have stone pickers from Remlinger. Alcoda hot and cold pressure washers. Small to large. Challenger lifts from hometown, Louisville, Kentucky. 2-post and 4-post service lifts. Not service racks, service lifts. ChallengerLifts.com. We have a 4-post with a tractor on it. You see how the wheels are on this particular lift. And we have a 2-post lift. More of maybe a traditional 4-post lift. Or storage lift for a vehicle. We have Fuel Pro, another fuel service trailer company. This would be for 4-seat totes. And then we have a 2-seat tote variety. Thistle is not just for cleaning your floors, it's also good for cleaning your shop, cleaning your feeding areas. Wingfield harrows. AmericanHarrow.com. We have Kuhn Nice patriotic Peterbilt here with a grain dump on the back. Norfolk, Nebraska. Easy flow feed bins of various sizes. Jet trailers. Sadly though, I think this trailer's been sold. Tire grabber. Hey everybody, and welcome back to day 4, our final day here at the National Farm and Machinery Show. No walk-in from outside because it is cold and rainy today. It is basically blah weather, but this place is going to be packed full of people in just a few hours, no matter what. So we're here early in the morning. We're going to check out the West Wing, basically everything else that is here to see at the show that we've yet to really fully cover. So let's go ahead and, well, dive on into things. A lot of things we're going to see here in the West Wing are going to be more cattle oriented, or as we saw in the second half of our third day video, they're going to be smaller vendors offering more niche style products. And to that end, when we soon walk into the West Wing here, we're greeted with a bunch of cattle gates and other cattle items. Milwaukee's got a pretty big presence here in the West Wing. Lots of stuff for immediate purchase. I have seen over the last 3 days several people walking out with various Milwaukee products. And then, as I was saying previously, if you're not into drones in ag, well, that is something that you really probably need to be thinking about. And here we have Best Way Ag showing off various agricultural themed drones. And these drones are pretty darn big and obviously pretty darn powerful as well.
We got lots of guesses. Okay, everybody remember their numbers here? Okay, let's show the number.
Top right corner, 42.
42. He had a 40, I believe. You had a 40. Congratulations. Reach in and pick out your favorite knife. There you go.
So if you train that to whatever you want, I get better.
Roto Mix, feed mixing modules, trailers, and such. We're also going to see a lot of drainage themed items. So we've got some drainage here from Soil Max, a big digger for putting in drain tile.
I paid Wade to go get him yesterday, and he never even got him.
He did it?
How we doing, sir?
Hey. Now, as I said in previous videos, I like to get here bright and early as soon as the show opens, 9 a.m. And that is the best time for me to get around and start doing things before it gets super busy. Even by 10 o'clock, it starts to get kind of crowded here in the aisleways and booths in the main hall. Hopefully with day 4 here, it will be less crowded in the second hall, the west wing, until maybe a little bit closer to 11 o'clock before it really gets almost unbearable and unmanageable as far as getting anything good without being kind of getting a bunch of people in the way. So here we have loft nests, and this is actually a massive windrower, and I've got a little info card here to show you the thing. And then we'll take a look at the business end. So that was the front. This is the rear. And it's going to, as you toss it into this, which is you're going to obviously slide the product, catcher there, and form a nice windrow.
Get all your corny stuff and it just packs it in that bag.
We also have a grain bagging solution. This is going to be a bag roller, but then the actual bagger right here. And then the bagger IRL. We gotta get a little bit further away from it because this thing is big, right? So we're gonna be putting it in the chute top, and then it's going to, with an auger, discharge it here. This is where your bag would be, and then it would just basically unroll or fill up from there. Battle axe. This is going to be a grinder, mulcher, flail mower. All right, so we got little flail hammers in there, or big flail hammers, rotating around, just cutting up whatever gets in its path. Now all the videos that I've been uploading here at the show have been 1080p because hotel Wi-Fi is, well, hotel Wi-Fi. And even 1080p videos often take upwards to 2 hours to get uploaded. I will be publishing a supercut of all the videos combined into one single video, also rendered out in 4K. I'm shooting in 4K, so we'll be able to render that out in 4K, and then you'll be able to watch the supercut back. I'm going to have each day kind of time stamped as well, so you can jump to any one given day and then see all this stuff in higher resolution. Maybe some of these info cards will be a lot clearer to read in that 4K supercut. Yakta. I'd say that's a brand that is new to me, even new to me here coming to the show for multiple years. I'd like to know anybody down in the comments if you're aware of Yakta. We've got a couple of zero-turn mowers of theirs here at the Premier Ag Supply booth. This one's sold. And you've got a trailer hitch slot in the back. No real stats or specs on these things. 72-inch cut deck for this particular mower. USC Seed Treating Solutions.
That's it. That's what I do.
We have Boss service trailers. All right, we've got pumps for DEF and diesel. $90-gallon DEF tank, and then we've got our big diesel tank here in the back. Large storage bay for tools, toolboxes, generator. So far we've seen several different models, several different manufacturers, I should say, of service trailers here at the show. From the one that we know the most about, as far as Farm Sim, Thunder Creek, to many others, just like Boss. So there's lots of players in this market. I mentioned earlier in the show that we would see Landau again, and well, that's today. So we've got the Landau and Brilliant booth back here in the West Hall. Here we have the 5531, or should I say 3 5531s. I'm not really sure right now if it's the single seaters of 5531 or if it's this trio configuration. This of course does fold up for highway use. We have our small Brilliant drill, a sub-brand of Landau. You can scan this QR code if you want more information about the 7500 VT adjustable disc. Here's that QR code for that drill, the 5531.
Bust in the middle of the hall. Yep. I don't look like a fucking dipshit.
We'll see a few more manufacturers of zero-turn mowers and mowers in general. Spartan is one of those here in the West Hall. We've got several of their zero-turn mowers here. Their seats look amazingly comfortable. 54-inch deck. I have to say, this model looks pretty darn affordable at $4,000. And Spartan also offers side-by-sides.
Well, this year's the only year that I haven't done it, but it's usually split up. Right after the first answer any questions for you, Sonny?
No.
All right.
Other than those seats look really comfortable.
Yeah, they are. You're more welcome to get in it.
Watkins grain trailer, and it's got a movable floor. A wide belt covers the entire floor. A little bit of a demo here, just showing it. Wagner also has conveyors here at their booth. Very wide conveyors. And then drones and more drones. XAG this year.
Depends on your rig.
The P150. 154 pound max payload, either liquid or granular.
I think it's pretty cool. I think it's going to take off. And there's a lot of drones.
The P100 has 110 pound payload. P60.
Yeah.
30 kilogram payload for spray. 25 kilogram payload for solid. Casco is here, and kind of smaller equipment, maybe for the little hobby farmer, or you know, when larger stuff just really isn't going to be required. Small spreaders to larger spreaders. 32 bushel capacity here, 16 bushel capacity, and all the way down. Did I mention drones are the new hotness? I think I did. Here we got Agra spray drones. The J100. What's the cargo capacity on this?
It's 11.6 gallons.
Okay.
This is normal virtual tank. There's a larger tank option, but standard is 11.6.
And this is their service truck?
Yeah, that's the Roadrunner. That's another pack that we sell. More like these. About like these, yeah. Just
Bushwhacker, mowers, now when I first saw this brand model, or brand, I was thinking back to old school wrestling, and I'm pretty sure it was the Bushwhackers. Let me know down in the comments below if that was an accurate recollection or not. Dose. Dose Headhunter. So this is a header trailer. If you're interested in it, here's a QR code. Scan for compatibility of headers. This particular model has 2 rear steering axles, and it's quite a long trailer. I don't know if it would hold the 50-foot trailers that or the 50-foot headers that we've seen at the show, but it probably would give it a go. Mandaco, and they're here with several roller options. Should I say 2 roller options. And then this one is going to rotate around from transport to field work. Got a disc. And this is a, well, it says ready arm. So this end is going to attach to a 3-point. We have a PTO to some gearboxes. And then it's going to go down here to, I guess, another attachment point. So let's take a look at the brochure here. So it appears to be able to turn anything into a trailed implement. So we just have a drawbar and PTO hookup. Well, drawbar, PTO, and hydraulic. So you can see it here hooked up to a batwing mower that would traditionally be trailed directly behind the tractor. But in this configuration, it's running offset. Marcrest, and I have to say, this is probably, if I were to pick this is the coolest thing ever for each show that I've been to. It's been this Red Baron, and man, I'd really like to see this thing in operation. It's a bale stacker for small square bales, right? We got the Arcusin multi-stack. It's here at the show. We'll see it later in the video. But this is really an interesting giddy up. And we can see what the end product here is. Three bales high, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21 bales it appears per stack. Right, bales will come here off of the baler into this thing, and then, well, magic happens. And then they also have a very large small baler. Right, I mean, that's a small baler based on the size of its chute. Additive tank at the top. This has got to be one of the most robust, heavily built small balers that I've ever seen. Well, they even have a self-propelled version. Isn't there a saying, better together? So here we've got the 210 baler, and then of course the Red Baron stacker for, I guess, the ultimate in small square bale baling solutions. There you go. If you're interested, give them a call. Look up the website. I think it'll be a life changer. Best Way Ag is here with various trailer solutions. This small or medium-sized liquid trailer here. Small 30-gallon mixing tank to a semi-trailer with two large tanks, front and rear. We've got a pump, hose reel, got a mixing tank, and then we have an area for some IBC tanks to be stored. And well, just in more extra space here on the trailer deck still. This is a very nice red Peterbilt with a flatbed module on it, and then a tank, seed conveyor, seed hopper, here we have a drone trailer. The Best Agway liquid tank, mixing tank, pumps, and then storage for your drone. Here we have a setup on a Can-Am front. We basically have a drip module, drip line, and then a tank and pump here in the back. Spray bar. And not to be outdone, Best Agway with their own variant of a service trailer. This one appears to have an air compressor as well here in the front. $600, 900 gallon tank, 100 gallon def, solar charging system. Air compressor is optional. Lancaster parts and equipment. We've got here, now this is going to be a replacement rear spreader for a manure spreader. A Cyclone. QR code here for anyone wanting more info. We've got a manure spreader. hammer mill for grain feed processing, header trailers, conveyor belts, feed mixers, drills, feed mixers. Now this is an interesting design. This is a This is Agronic WR600 Evo. I believe the Red Barn and Associates is here in conjunction with the Lancaster company. Duo Lift. They have quite a variety of products here, from header trailers to supply liquid tankers, supply trailers, fertilizer applicators, well, I pick up one bale at a time, but you can pick up 3. Pro Pick bale mover. Alright, it's going to attach to skid steer, or I assume you could probably modify the attachment options.
The QR code on the front of the
And then another shot of this. So here we are in the front, right? So we'd have bale forks there, bale forks here, and follow the shiny tennis balls, bale fork 3.
What do you call that? I don't know what that is.
What do you think if we got that in game? A 3 bale fork attachment for a skid steer. Collect bales out the field. It has its own wheel, so you don't have the full weight of the bales to contend with. I think it would speed up your loading time quite a bit. Chrome might not get you home, but you sure do look good while you're going. Hensley trailers. Now, if you made a drinking game, not a feeding game, but a drinking game out of how many times drones show up and drink every time you see a drone, well, I feel sorry for you. One, because well, by the time you get done this video, you're probably going to be pretty slammered. But here we have Apex Drone Solutions. Here showing off a drone kind of service truck for out in the field. Oh, and yes, there is a drone at the booth, of course. The cool little handles, and then you lift the whole thing up and you wheel it around, because of course these things are heavy. Oh, drink again. More drones. Now we've already seen those drones, so maybe they don't count. Ag backs of all different sizes, from small to large. Bin Rescue 3510, that's the small one. Trinity trailer.
Yes, sir.
And then you can't really see, but we've got a movable floor that's on conveyors. And then the side is a very, very smooth plastic, non-stick.
Hey, shirt? No, you can give it to the customers.
Well, we'll probably need to get to 13-year-olds, so...
Give it to customers. Customers are your priority.
Penta is back with several feed mixers with Cyclone 1240. Two-axle feed mixer for the manure spreader. There we get a nice shot of our feed mixer, a two-screw version. Very large dump trailer. Single screw 5240 feed mixer. is a smaller dual screw feed mixer, single axle, whereas the other one was dual axle. And remember I told you our Cusin was here in the multi-stack? Well, here we are, or the multi-pack, I guess is what the real name is. The E14, first introduced in Farm Sim 22, and quite frankly, I think lots of players don't even know this thing exists. But if you do small square bales in game, this is almost a must-have for quickly picking them up off the field, storing them easily. They make 14-pack bundles, as the E14 name might imply. Right, so each bale is picked up. Run through, placed in there, the whole stack is raised up. Another pair of bales goes in, and then the whole pack is wrapped up with some twine into an easy to maneuver, easy to pick up bundle. And well, you can also get your farm sim on. Large bale grab. And then here we have another spin on a stacking trailer. Trailer. We have a bit of a video showing how this works. Terramax, I think they get the award for the biggest valve at the show. Now it's interesting coming from year to year to year. You kind of see the same companies, not always the same products, but oftentimes it's kind of interesting, and I think I've alluded to it before, that you see the same companies often in the same booths. And to that end, when I saw this booth, well, there's a couple things that I remembered. But the biggest thing I remembered was this little small round baler. MacDon is here. Now their booth isn't the biggest booth in the world, but they do have a nice sized MacDon Draper header. It's on a dual lift header trailer. I think we just saw them earlier in the video, if I'm not mistaken. the FC Series flex corn header. It's showing a 15-degree of flex here from the center, left and right.
I know you can get
Now, something that really got to Lee and David here at the show was the sheer scale and size of these self-propelled feed mixers. Here we have a Trulette feed mixer, a steerable axle in the rear, side discharge, got the intake arm all the way fully extended, and then the cab. But we also have an intake belt here at the bottom. This isn't the only feed mixer here at the show either. Now, I would refer to this as a grader. Let me know in the comments below if that is inaccurate or not. Then we have Schulet, maybe, totally butchering, probably, I know. We've got brush mowers, snow blowers, but then for me, the star of this booth every year is going to be their big Spartan rock collector. Although this very large mower has to probably take second base here, second place, the FX 320. Maybe Schultz can take this home. But here's the rock collector. Right, we see modded variants of the Diegelman rock collector game with extensions. Well, Spartan has those also. Or if you don't need anything that large, they have a smaller one. Or sort of a rock windrower. So they come through later and pick the rocks up from a single row. Remember I said that it wasn't the only feed mixer we had here, a self-propelled feed mixer. Well, we've got another one. But first, let's take a look here at the Akron. It's going to be kind of an ag bag or the equivalent type of solution where your bag is going to be there. You're going to dump your product into the top and just slowly fill up your bag. But what I was referring to here is this AMX 1000S feed mixer. So we have the intake head here, way up in the sky. Right, gnarly head on the front there. We have its cab. And then it's feed mixing, twin screw feed mixers. Engine in the back, and clearly discharge must be on the other side. So this is a grain bag unloader, whereas the other solution we looked at earlier was a grain bag loader. Back to our self-propelled feed mixer here. And yeah, there's the discharge. Twin discharge. The Dominator stump grinder. From Reist Industries. multi-groomer. Now this shows it here being used kind of in an equestrian setting. Bale gator, bale shredder. And then we have another bale tube wrapper. For all your bale sausage manufacturing needs. The pit bull, a silage fork, leveling tool. Various manure spreaders.
They walked right by this, and I was like, "Stick 'em." That's your dad, dude.
Header trailers. This would be a knife to cut round bales. Blades, snow wing, so snow blade. Now for me, a big aspect of sense of scale here is always the Balzer 6800 slurry tanker and the Balzer 2200 SL grain cart. And I'm hoping the people walking beside these help you with a little bit of a scale as to the size of these tires and the size of these trailers. Grasshopper is here with their line of mowers. They've been in this general location, if not the exact location, every year that I've come to the show. And they have quite a variety of mowing solutions. From zero turn to stand behind. Here we have it with a snowblower attachment.
Are you not gonna wear this stuff?
fence installation and maintenance machinery from Montana Post Driver. I remember that drinking game. Krone.
Pretty big feet.
I would say you must be the coolest state police ever. Virginia State Police would never give away such a fancy ticket magnet. And now we're over here, kind of a side building. Now the door said West Hall, but I'm pretty sure based on the map, we've been in West Hall all day today. This is just kind of a side building off of maybe West Hall proper, we'll call it. Lots of, again, smaller booths over here, more niche vendors or solutions, but still solutions nonetheless that deserve some level of coverage.
You actually get to use it up.
ones. Good flavor.
Well, I mean, technically it's affordable, but they say that it needs to be.
Oh, guess what? Done. thought that this company had probably the best idea of the show. They brought, at least what I think, are miniatures of their products to take advantage of their booth size.
And that concludes our coverage of the National Farm and Machine Show for 2025. It also ends our little drinking game here of how many times I've shown and said the word drone. Extra credit if you go back and watch the first 3 sections of the 2025 coverage and add up those counts there as well. It's a pleasure meeting all the folks that did come out to the show, and I hope to meet up more folks next year when we go ahead and cover the 2026 version of this show. Until next time, happy farming.